Well, first intern checked in. Time to lock another casualty. Success story.
Ah, yes, fam. The dawn of a new day and a new era. Actually, I'm not going to be that whimsical about it. Good morning, everybody. It is good to see you. Felly, welcome in. Sis, welcome in. This is going to be a fun one for us, fam. Today, we start the comics. Today, we start our journey of telling the story of the Rift and all of the insanity that's going to go along with it. But we are going to start out very, very slowly, very gently. We are going to take our time, especially with this. Not only am I learning, but fam, this one's important. Very, very important. Because what I am building is the basis of the comic strips. And fam, the way the comic strips are going to really benefit us, not just does it help us get out there and help us create some content and all that where we can actually invite new people in, but it also helps us stockpile all the art we need for animations and otherwise for the game, and on and on and on. It all layers on top of each other, fam. And it works out really awesome. So keep in mind that while I'm drawing all these comics, I'm also stockpiling all these poses and angles for the YouTube videos and for the video game. This is going to work out very, very well. But today we look at our reference photo. I give you an idea of what the room is going to look like. And then we start sketching. And because we're going to do this in a particular animation style, we will animate or sketch a layer and then draw it. Sketch a layer and then draw it. Will be a great way for me to learn the tools. Once I get these basic layers in place, I have found a fantastic tutorial. 10 things I wish I knew about Clip Studio that would have saved me a ton of time. And we're going to go through a little bit of that as well. Make sure I understand some of the more advanced tools that will help us tremendously. This is going to be a fun chapter, fam. Truly, truly will. Looks like ads are done, by the way. So why should we stand on ceremony? Step 1, don't be afraid to ask for help. And I have not. And help I have received, by the way. Oh my gosh. Fam, let's not stand on ceremony. Let's go ahead and get the party started.
You're watching Damage Industries Corporate TV. Dicked. It's what you get.
This show has been rated I for immaturity, constant innuendos, and complete insanity. We're all adults here. Sort of. Here we go, fam. Here we go. That character on screen right now, by the way, is going to be a part of this. I will use that as the placeholder, and that she's going to end up actually being the first character I hand draw and sketch, probably. The nice thing is I've already pretty much got a sketch and a mock-up there already. Especially seeing as that's our artwork, which is really cool. We'll just get her in a better format where I can animate her. But that's going to be a lot of fun. Fam, let me get up on camera here real quick. There we go. Oh, wait a minute. I didn't mean to do that though, fam. Hang on. I'm sorry. I am here. I had left Chill Little Tree up because I'll be using him, of course, in a little bit. This image has a very dark background, what we're about to do, so I have to make sure lights are off. This is a very important panel that we're working on. This panel sets the tone for the comics for the next several weeks. Comics are going to start out with myself and Aria, with Richard soon to follow. I've had a lot of people ask me, like, how long is it until Richard gets here? It won't be long. We want to establish the relationship between Aria and myself first in the comics, and then bring Richard in. Now, if all goes well, if this process goes well, once we get it rolling, and it'll be rough in the beginning, but by the time we really get rolling, if things go as smoothly as I expect, and I'm hoping, we'll actually start running 2 comic strips at the same time, where we'll do at least 1 per week. one called Companions, which is what I'm going to be working on today. That's going to be our basis in the Rift. And then a special one I want to do for Demage's Rift, which will have, of course, Demage and Dick Charming and all of that in there. So
confirmed. HR will overlook your crimes this time.
And Shanny, thank you so much for the resub. 85 months. Thank you so much for the continued support, love. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Oh my gosh. Country Magic, welcome in. Good to see you as well. Oh man. Wait a minute, let me see. Am I reading that right, Felly? You do not like crocheting. Is that 5-foot rows? I just want to make sure I'm understanding that. I'm working for us today too. Both being here. Oh, working on the server. Nice. Fam, by the way, for those of you that didn't get the memo or see what I posted on the website on Sunday, we are in the process of actively putting together the server for Hightail. This will be a community server. We're getting some safeguards and otherwise in place. We have a little bit more testing to do and a few more things we want to work out before we open it up and set up rules, things of that nature. So bear with us a little bit. It is coming though. The server that you saw us working on stream we did get the save ported over. We're good there. So it will be the same world that we open up to the community. It is indeed 5 foot. I understand why you would be tired of working on it then. Before you knew it, it was bedtime. It's a fun game though. And that's a lot to do with it. It's just a fun game. So Felly, fingertip to fingertip, you can open it just this far, right? I'm blah today. Gotta love plumbing problems. I'm just glad it's not a toilet that's acting up because that would be a situation. Country, I bet, right? We ran out of food and arrows, so I'm trying to fix that now. Oh, gotcha. Gotcha. I have, the thing is, I might go back to that bow, sis. I love that crossbow. It just doesn't hit as hard. And I'm going through a lot of arrows, especially because we can't make any advanced arrows yet. If we could make some better arrows, they'd hit even harder, and that would make it a lot easier. So that's the trade-off. The nice thing about the crossbow is it's a rapid fire weapon though. So it really holds mobs back, especially if they're trying to chase after you. Shanny, my week last week was fantastic. What we're working on today is actually the result of that. This is the next era. We're going to start doing the comics. They'll be, it's going to be a little bit before we have them together. I will do a lot of the basic artwork for the comics on stream, but the wording and all that will be done off so that we don't ruin any of the surprises or humor for the comics. We'll start out with strips, just 3-panel strips. I'm going to show everybody the format we're going to be using here in a little bit. But it's basically 3-panel strips with a lot of extra real estate on the sides is the way it works. So oh, 7 colors. What colors are you using, Felly? And Shanny, I missed you too. But no, it was a wonderful week. When I start feeling a bit crispy, when I start feeling like I'm flailing, it's because I know the long-term goal, but I don't have enough short-term plans in place to take care of the here and now so we can get to that. And I start drifting a bit. And part of the reason I was drifting a bit was because I had gotten myself to that stage where I needed to learn something new. And I needed to give myself a really good starting point for that. Because when I say this is new, this is really, really new. The other thing that goes hand in hand with that like I was talking about, of course, on Sunday a little bit too, is that, yeah, I'm at a point where we need to ask for a little bit more help. And I've started doing that. I'm starting with the team first. And then we're going to start, I'm reaching out outside of the team and asking for some more help in some given areas. And it's all going to be fun stuff, but we'll have to do it one step at a time. So bear with me a little bit. But at this stage here, this is where you start to see more progression. This is where some of the fun and a little bit of the RP and all that's going to start popping up too. Arya is going to start popping up in the Discord and doing some of the messages. This is all character work now, fam. I had somebody ask me if that's just an indication of when I'm letting the AI doing it for me, and I'm like, no. This is where the storyline begins. And this is why we're going to do it slowly, fam. So that if there is any confusion along the line of what we're doing or how we're doing it, we can address it. And everybody can be along for the ride. If we try to dive headlong straight in, half of us will be lost. I know what's going on. I wrote the canon document, but I don't expect everybody to be able to do that. And again, very loving existing community here, so we want to make sure everybody gets gently brought along for the ride and we get to all have fun together. Otherwise, it's not worth doing. And we'll do that. We will do that. Oh, doing dawn colors, plus a deep purple for the trim. Oh, nice. Very nice. But fam, again, here's where I'm at right now mentally. Okay, I am half kid at Christmas, half scared as and I full honesty. We're starting something new, and I'm going to have to learn a lot of new techniques. This is going to be, at the end of it, I know how I'm going to feel. It's going to be fantastic. On the way there, it might suck at times. Just bear with me, all right? The whole idea was to show you the learning process, show you how I put this together. Use a little bit of my logic and problem solving to help along the way. And again, just make sure I go in with a solid game plan. So that's exactly what we're going to do. And sis, that is exactly the attitude I'm taking. Fear always comes with something new. Oh, yes, it does. But if I can prove to myself that in a few months I could master what I was doing in Affinity, I know I can do this too. I've just got to allow myself a little bit of patience. I'm learning how to hold a new brush. There are still a lot of great tools. Clip Studio is a massive program. There's a lot of great tools in here I don't know how to use yet. It's going to be fun. And there will be some forehead slapping moments. There will be some moments where my frontal cortex is completely overloaded. We'll get there, fam. It's all right. It's all right. I'm giving myself enough patience to learn patience, Kira. Here's one thing I can say for myself with my art and the designs and all that, is that I've actually have a pretty good ability already to look at something I've done and say, you know what? It might not be perfect, but it's right. And I feel there's some strength in that. It's not perfect, but it's right. And that's just it. How are the characters supposed to be characters if they have no character to begin with? That's one of the reasons why I'm so anxious to pick up the pen and really see if I can illustrate, because that changes things. Vector art is very much, and I don't mean vector layers in here, fam, but the vector art like I was doing before was very much about perfection. Very much about perfection. This is about character and style and how the artwork's going to actually come as we draw it. So And baby steps, fam. We'll do it in baby steps. We're going to start right with the background of the comic strip and work our way right through. Meditative art. I have heard that phrase a few times, sis. So I'll have to ask you when we do our meeting or whatever, well, I can ask you now, what do you mean by that? You'll show me? Okay. All right. Sounds like a plan. Sounds like a plan. Again, shout out to all of our friends on YouTube as well. I do have a combined chat here. I should be able to follow along with everybody. If you're watching on YouTube, though, please keep in mind there is normally a bit more chat lag there. So if I don't respond right away, please understand there is some reason behind that. All right, fam. Just checking real quick to make sure everything is staying good on YouTube for us here. Awesome. All right. We'll see. Let's see how much time we have tomorrow, sis. But yeah. Indeed. Indeed. All right. Fam, let me jump out. Before I jump into chill little tree here mode here, let me jump out to the art screen. And I'm going to show you a little bit of what we're doing. This is the basic frame, and I've actually got the grid up right now just so I am able to track everything. I'm going to use my mouse and keyboard for just a moment. But fam, when I actually get going in here, of course, I'll use the drawing tablet. That's why I've got this on. Now, fam, these panels are going to be long, and this is what I was talking about on stream last week. Okay, this is one cell that you're looking at. There will be 3 in total. They're going to actually stack on top of each other. So you'll read it from top to bottom, and it will form a perfect square when we're done, which makes it a lot friendlier for platforms like Twitter and Facebook and X, listen to me. Twitter, Facebook, Blue Sky, all of those. Now, what we'll do is when we go to release the comics, members will get a sneak peek for the first 3 to 4 days. It'll be a timed release, and then it'll be open to everybody at that point. And that's when we'll post it all the way across. The idea, fam, is we're going to post these everywhere it makes sense for us to do so. And keep the process simple so that, again, we can make our presence known and see where we might even naturally pick up a little bit of traction. Once we're able to identify a little bit better which platforms we're looking at, we'll go after them for sure. And row 13 of 90 is done. Nice. Felly, very nice. So fam, what we've got here is basically, this is the background. I can make this appear and disappear, of course, at will. And same thing with the grid, of course, whenever I need to. But fam, here is our reference photo. And this is going to give you a little bit of an idea of the perspective. And otherwise, let me actually get the grid out of the way here for a moment. But fam, this is my reference photo. I won't give away too much about what I'm going to be changing here, but you would be surprised how close this comes to my actual stream setup. And that's why we're doing it this way. This was another case, fam, of where I created the ultimate reference photo. For those of you that aren't familiar with how I do this, here's as far as AI gets into my process now. All right. I use AI to basically just save myself some time in terms of, let's grab 3 reference photos or research reference photos for me. Here's what I have in my mind. Give me some reference photos based on this. And because the AI can search reference photos so quickly, it pulls a whole bunch down. All right. I take a few minutes, go through what it pulls down, isolate the 3 best ones that are the closest to what I have in my mind. And then I take those 3 and we kick it into the image generator and create, again, what we call the ultimate reference photo. And now I have this to work with. And the nice thing is that while this is far from perfect and not exactly what I had in my mind, okay, we'll modify it. This does give me some really nice references in terms of a little bit of shading, in terms of the angles, where we can put the bases of the monitors, that kind of thing. So that when we have this back up, I can make sure that I keep my thirds, because the top third is where all the speech bubbles and all that are going to have to go. I also will have some real estate off to the sides because it's such a wide format, which actually is going to be a good thing. At first, I was worried how I was going to draw it, and then I'm like, actually having extra space on the sides and above is exactly what we want. That'll make things a whole lot easier. And then we'll basically work our way down from there. But again, each one of these is 600 high by 1800 pixels wide. Stack 3 of those on top of each other, you've got a 1-to-1 ratio. You've got a perfect square. What we are going to do, of course, is we will start right at the beginning. We're going to start at the room background and just work our way through. Now, the background will be relatively easy because that, for the most part, is going to end up being just a fill, but we're going to have some corners we're going to have to deal with. So that's what I will start with on the mock-up, is looking at that and seeing if maybe I need to concern myself with any of the room corners or otherwise. I may not, fam. It may be that simple. I can always hope. But with that back up and everything labeled, I'm going to go ahead and switch back over to my drawing tablet, which has had a break for a couple of days, which was a good thing because my hand needed a break for a couple of days too. I really got excited and having a lot of fun with this, and I kind of overdid it, clutching the pen too hard, which is exactly what you don't want to do, by the way. You want to learn to have a relaxed hand. Sis and I have talked about this a number of times, by the way. But yeah, I actually cramped up my drawing hand and I needed to take a break for a few days to get it done. Oh, and you've done more of your math, Valley. Excellent, excellent. All right, fam. So let's go ahead. Let me start to grab some things here. Good, okay. Because this is going to be a really wide desk. And I'm wondering if I should right now focus on bringing the desk across here and maybe just have this stuff. All right. One thing at a time, fam. Hang on. I'm going to try first just taking the desk edge all the way across and leaving just a little bit of room on either side. Because the desktop is basically going to be like our stage almost. So all right. And let me get a couple things taken care of here. And that's okay. Perspective ruler needs to stay though. All right. All right, I'm going to need to take the actually, these need to be in reverse here. That needs to be there, and the chair needs to be actually in front. Okay. So we're going to start with the desk edge here first. Let me see if I can... start to work on some of this here. Oh, is this because it's a vector layer? Let me try something. It's only drawing straight lines for me. It doesn't want to actually let me sketch. Is it because of the, stabilization, I bet. I bet that's the problem. Let me see. Only wants to let me draw on the straight line. Okay. Just getting started, fam. We've already come up against our first obstacle. Fix chat before doing another 5 foot of crochet. 1/6 of an inch was your target for today? Gotcha. Oh, I see what's going on. It was set to snap to ruler, snap to special grid. Okay. That's what all that was. That's why I couldn't just catch. Oh, that was actually a very happy accident then. Okay. Okay, let's see if I can. There we go. Oh, you know what I'm doing to myself here? Oh, man. I'm going to go back. I'm going to go back on this fam, but for a reason. I was wondering, part of the reason I'm having such a tough time and it's because I am. Let me actually get rid of that for the moment. Let me see if I. Okay, that's a bit better. Okay. Let me see if I can hit this up again. Oops. Not what I was trying to do. Interesting to me how it wants to do that. So let's move over this way here a bit. Let's hit this up. There we go. Move some of this over a bit. All right, now here's where, see if I can adjust that perspective ruler here for a second. I think I need to grab my object tool for this. Oh, actually, no. On this one, I can use the grid. Okay, this is going to need to be go. Here we go. Okay, monitor stand area. Monitors area is up there. All right, so the stand was going to go right to, or the desk was going to go right to there. Goes to this top line right here. Okay. That's what I needed. I'm going to do something a little bit different here, fam. I think we've got a better tool for this. Well, actually, let me try the polygon first. All right, I wonder if it'll let me do it this way. Let me make sure I get back on. Okay, I am on the right layer here. Okay, so apparently I gotta get rid of some of this snapping. Let's see. Snap, here we go. Let me get rid of some of that for the moment. We'll try this again. Oh, it's gonna, oops. Okay. I actually don't want it to adjust the angle after being fixed for now. Would like to actually be able to draw a rectangle though. It for whatever reason. Okay, let me try something else. Okay. Why did it? Oh no. Does it default to that every time? Adjust angle after fixed. I turn that off. Okay. Obviously it defaults to that on the regular. Keep that in mind. Yeah, interesting that it wants to take that rectangle and default it into just default it at square and not let it grow or otherwise. All right. All right, let's try this one more time. See, how many was I in? 1, 2, 3. I was in by 11. Okay. Okay, that'll help give us our... Oh, I went down too far, though. I can fix that. I can fix that. My eraser here real quick. Okay. Let me get back into my pencil here. Leave myself 2 of those. Okay. Now, all right, we don't need to Close the line on this one. So let me get a little bit closer here. I really do love how this software works. A lot of problems I've run into with other pieces of software just do not apply here. Okay, is there a... there a way for me to go ahead and... Ah, there we go. Okay. All right, so there is our desktop. Now I have to drop back to... oh, I was going to do that separately. That's right. That actually doesn't hurt anything, though. That doesn't hurt anything. Actually, it's a really nice little desktop there, too. Okay, so this will help having that in mind. Let me go ahead and get my grid out of the way for a second. So that's going to be our desktop, which actually that's going to work out great. So now with that in mind, now I can go ahead and make the background, which will make life a whole lot easier. So we can dive right into that. Because really down there, the wall itself, let's see. I'm just wondering if I want to go with a direct gradient at this point. And I think I do. Because this will be what sits in the background. But what we're going to need to do is get it... darker, probably. Let me check this out. Oh, I see. It always starts with the main drawing colors. Okay. All right, so basically what I need then are black and quite honestly, just a little bit less black. Let me see if that will, if that'll do the trick for us. Yeah. Let me look at my mock-up here real quick. There was something I wanted to check. I'll leave that there for now. Okay, so I should probably have this a bit reversed. Not that that's a problem. This is why we have these wonderful, wonderful tools. There we go. All right. And that can always be edited a little bit up the road, too. Now, for a little bit of a texture. Let me see if there's a little something I could do to just lighten that up a little bit. Actually, I'm going to do something a little different. Let's try some wet blotting ink. It's already black and gray. And let's see if I can go with a little bit of a larger brush, but a lower opacity. Not sure I'm getting as much out of that as I was hoping. Oh, here we go. This is what I needed. Okay. Fam, I'm going to need to drop down to Chill Little Tree because I have to be able to see it. I'm getting to the point now where I'm dealing with blacks and grays again. And I don't want to really ruin any of this for myself. So but this is, actually, this is really nice. It's a nicer way to kind of blend some of that in and give it a little bit more of a comic bookish kind of look. Let me actually blend that a bit better. There we go. Elfie! Shadow, how are you? Elfie, welcome in. Dave, welcome in. Look at you all jinxing each other. Oh my gosh. Oh, fam. And ads are about to start too. Oh, wonderful. Okay. All right. So let's take this one thing at a time. Let me get myself back up on camera here real quick. All right, there we go, fam. What we're gonna do is we're gonna go ahead, run ads real quick, just like we always do. Ads will run for 3 minutes, and we do that so we can get them out of the way and not have to deal with them for an entire other hour. All right, while the ads are running, as always, I'm gonna step away, stretch my legs, grab a little bit of something to drink, and when we get back, we're gonna continue to work on our first comic panel. And fam, I will be back to say hello to everybody properly. So everyone, please don't go away. All right, fam, looks like Twitch ads are over. Let's go ahead and jump back in here and keep working on our desktop, shall we? There we go, fam. There we go. Again, Dave, good to see you. Elfie, good to see you. I'm sorry, fam, if you were in a little bit earlier and I missed that. Had to stay focused for a bit because I'm working on the sketching and all that for the various layers for the first comic strip. And this is, it's new. It's new. It's a learning process. But it's good to see everybody. These are going to be so much fun. And this is such a great starting point, too. All right, fam. Pen in hand, Let me go ahead and jump out to the other screen. And I'm going to go ahead and jump over to Chill Little Tree. Fam, as you can see on the screen, I'm working with some very dark colors here, so I want to make sure I'm able to see it. I already almost made some mistakes because I couldn't see the contrast between the gray and the black because of this light. I am working on that, fam. Took a little time yesterday, by the way. Started investigating further, maybe some other tricks or otherwise I can do without having to make my life overcomplicated. But it's going to be very much be a one step at a time kind of process. This actually turned out way too gray down here. Let me see if I can change a little bit of that background color. Make that just a little bit darker. I thought there was a way to go back and actually alter the gradient after the fact, but maybe not. Thought there would be at least like maybe a layer properties or something else I could try to grab, but no, I thought, and again, I thought you could alter this gradient after the fact, but maybe not. Might just simply have to redo it, which is fine if that's what it takes. It could also be something as simple as well, see, and that's, yeah, there should be a layer properties or something like that. Makes me wonder. Yeah, that's just for grabbing the color and all that, so no. Now that's fine. What I'm going to do though, let's bring that down a bit farther, shall we? And this time,
daylight skies, they fade away. Digital schemes and shadows lay. Emily writes the beat of
all right, we'll try that gradient again. Oh, that's much better already.
Emery, bathed
Much more subtle.
our minds will race. We'll never sleep. Defending where corruption creeps. Create and flow so free. Together in this rift you see. Every step a delicate game. Not really knowing who to blame. Chaos flux, it calls our name. Future's wild, it can't be tamed. Our minds will race, we'll never sleep. Defending where corruption
And now it seems like it's just not dark enough.
creeps. Create and flow so free. Together in this rift
Ah, here we go. Oh, now I can see that a bit better. Now I see what that brush was doing. Okay. Now we can... Oh, I see what I was doing wrong. Oh, this will make life a lot easier. Okay.
Our power with each passing day grows.
All right. And then these...
Our minds can't help but overflow. Lost in the loops of our
I want to
digital
start taking
home.
out of there.
Happy to write its digital tone. Our minds will race, will never sleep, defending where
Okay, now I need to...
creeps create and flow, so free. Together in this rift, you see.
There we go. Now the last thing I need. Let me get the reference photo out of the way. Okay, what layer did I accidentally put that on? Is it on that one? Oh, it is on that one. Oh, good. Okay. That will make life a little bit easier. All right. How's the stream going? Good, Rico. Very good. Good to see you. Welcome in. Hope all is good with you. Belly. Guess who's, let me see. Guess what badge the Girl Scouts are starting tomorrow? Cookies? I would guess cookies. Digital game design. Oh, excellent. They're going to learn avatar character design first, and if either story tree creation. They picked out this badge all on their own for something fun. Oh, nice. Very nice. Princess, that's really cool. So are they going to set like a little target game to build and go for it? That would be awesome. All right. Let me go ahead. I'm going to actually erase. I need to raise the size of the brush a little bit here. Let me get rid of some of this mud for the moment. Just make sure I got everything there. Okay. With that taken care of, let's get back out to this now. Bring that back so we can see a little bit. And then for the background here, I'm going to actually grab, okay, I'm already on that color, so that's perfect. Now let me see if I can paint just a little bit in here. Oh. Oh, because I'm on the pen, that's why. Not on the paintbrush. There we go. Oh, really? So it's not, oh, I see. Where I've been kind of messing that up a little bit. All right. Me actually, there we go. We'll get back up to that one real quick. There it is. Now what I want to do is have just a little bit of that effect across that middle section there. All right.
I saw the signs you slipped away. Each word was colder every day.
Okay. Now that I have a better... Oops.
I begged for truth, I reached, I stayed. But silence grew.
Let the program catch up with me here for a minute. There we go.
So I burned. The bridge
I think it's going to be time for me to
the lesson
save that real quick. And fam, I'm going to close this down and reopen it.
as I closed that door.
Not that we're having too many major technical problems and all that, but after a while, fam, because this software wants to save every last stroke you make with your pen, basically, eventually it starts to tie memory up and all that a little bit. So I find it's helpful if it starts staggering a bit to shut it all down and just restart it up. Okay, everything is saved. And what that does, fam, is that wipes the history out. Gives your memory a chance to take a quick breather, so. And the nice thing is that when you restart, of course, it picks up right where you left off, so just make sure you save. Remember, Control S is your friend. That was what I wanted.
I held you close while you withdrew.
Because that should give a nice effect when we bring that up.
Still try to see the best in you. But venom hides behind a friend. And kindness shattered in the end.
Wonder if I should take a second pass there. I probably should. Let me get that squared away.
And so I burned. The bridge we built, the lesson learned. You made your choice, so close that door. And I won't be
That little bit of texture, fam, by the way, doesn't really matter that, oh, actually, yes, it does. Yes, it does. I need to go back a couple steps. Okay. I was going to say it doesn't really matter behind the desk, but actually, yes, it does. And this is part of the mentality change, fam. I have to draw each piece complete and layering each piece on top of it, regardless of whether it's hidden by something else or not. And that's because, again, we're going to be using these pieces for animation, so the whole wall has to be complete. The whole desk has to be complete, even though I and the chair will normally be in front of that. The monitors need to be complete. It's all got to be completed that way, so. I don't know. I just followed the instructions provided. But yeah, they get to design a little scenario and then respond to the scenarios how one of their characters would respond. Example scenario of dealing with a bully. Oh, nice. Very, very nice. You have 6 more 5-foot rows to do today. I'm glad there's only 6 more, though. Did we get a nice number, by the way? Did I miss something here? Oh, 100 stream streak. There we go. It didn't pop up in my shared chat. That's why. Rico, that's awesome. All right, fam. So with that background done, at least for now, let me go ahead and lock this. Okay, and now back up to the desk and chair. So with that roughed out, okay, desk edge and depth was what had been drawn on, so that's fine. We'll just duplicate it. And then that can sit over top of the layer I'm going to draw. Because now that the desktop is sketched, and I've got to do these one step at a time. We'll see if we can hit these up. Okay, so desk, edge, and depth. What I've got to do for the moment. The copy is just where I can do my final drawing. This I need to erase. Okay, and then I'll get my sketch back up. Okay, for right now, I am going to take my background and room back out, and let's see if we can color these in a little bit. Okay, there's our droplets and all that. I need I thought I had recently pulled down a marker, and I thought that would have been in the pens, but I guess not. I know a lot of people like using the G pen, so I'm going to start there. See how that suits our drawing style here, and we'll take it from there. Let's go ahead and we're going to start at, okay, I'm in the right spot. Okay, stabilization is reasonably good. Let's see what we get out of this. It's not showing me exactly where I'm going to be starting, though. Not expecting perfection, but I would like to be able to see. Where we're going to be putting the pen tip down. Yeah, it's just giving me okay, this is going to take a little bit of work. I have to figure out what's going on here because it's giving me a big circle and I can't really see when I go to draw where, okay, see, that's a lot better. The G pen, though. That's interesting. Makes me wonder.
Waterfalls, a crystal stream through my mind, a fragile dream.
Generally happens.
A fleeting gleam. Emotions in every swirl. Memories drift. The past unfurls. Wash it away.
So basically, no matter what I do,
The signs.
it's going to give me an oversized target.
It's the sands of time.
This will take some figuring out.
And unwind. The ocean's deep.
Okay.
So's my mind.
All right, so we've got the duplicated layer. We're on the right layer. I'm going to do this a little bit differently. Okay, we're on polyline. We're going to need
So submerged. The water's warm.
Let's grab the pen. Polyline, we will close the line. Brush shape is good, but we're going to probably want more than 3 pixels out of that.
Lost in the waves, sands of time.
Oh, but not that many either. Oh, what did it? Interesting. Okay, let me try something else here. All right, there we go. All right, let's get on to the desk surface. All right, we'll get across the back of the desk here. I don't know why I felt the need to do that, but we'll see if we can fix that here in a second. Why did it jump out like that? That was really... because we pretty much had that right where it needed to be. And then it decided it wanted to do something different. So, try that again. It always wants to jump out like that. I'll have to erase a little bit of that. Not with that big of an eraser, though. All right. Now, I don't have any of that colored in yet or anything like that, but definitely getting there. Okay, so then the next, I'll worry about the chair here in a little bit. That's going to be a little bit of our first challenge, actually. But we'll get there. Going to go ahead and make the background disappear. The front of the desk is probably going to be just a standard dark color. Where's my... fill? Here we go. Now, is fill going to be one of those tools that only works on raster layers? I take it probably, right? I'm almost wondering if this is going to be one of those cases where I just paint in a desk, basically. Okay. Okay, that's just a brush pen, quite frankly. That's not exactly what we're going to be looking for. Maybe a bit of a watery brush, and let's get rid of some of that. All right, let me try a little something here. Let me see if maybe I can do this instead. Oh, it doesn't want to let me put that on the desk surface. Okay. All right. Okay, it doesn't want to let me paint on the mask is the thing. So we'll have to see what else I can do there. There is a way, fam, that I can create a surface and just draw color or paint within it. I have to find that real quick, though. Okay, I did set that as the reference layer, but it would not. All right, let me disengage that. I'll have to figure out how to work with reference layers a bit more, Fab. In the meantime,
He's the spark in the static, the fire in the air, with a golden voice and a style so rare. From the rift to the sky,
there's a way, fam, that you can create a reference layer. And this is part of what I'll have to look up, where it will make sure that you only color or draw within the confines of that. What threw me was I wanted to actually just use a fill, but I get the feeling that fill is only usable if it's a raster layer, not a vector layer.
he's a sound you trust the night he made. He can bend the beat, he can break the day, turn the quiet hours.
I'm going to try a little something, fam. Let's see if I can't turn this into a reference layer anyway.
With a touch so smooth,
What I did was copy it. Now let me get down to the layer below and see if that has, if this has any effect now.
rise and fall, where the feeling flows.
The tools are there, fam. I just have to learn how to use them. And yeah, it still isn't. That's a really cool effect. I'll remember that. But that's still not what we were going for.
He's the sound you trust the night he made. Through the noise, through the fight, he will find your tune. Like the moon on the water, like the heat in June. From the graveyard's glow to the
There must be some way that you've got to link them together or otherwise. Because that is set as the reference layer right now.
standing shining through the neon every note of flame from the first drop to the
All right, so we'll take it back to that for now.
he's the sound you trust the night he made. So when the dark feels heavy and the
Okay,
hours run
I know how I'll do this now. Let me check my.
into Stanton, and you'll find your
Texture here for the moment. And then let me bring the texture density down. Okay. All right, so let's just hit up the. I'll worry about getting fancy with it later. Okay, but for this, let's see, we're at 100%. 100 opacity. Let's do a normal blending mode. Okay. Okay. And that is not what I'm going for. Need to find the right tool for the right job here, Fab. And we'll need to figure this out. Maybe a felt. There we go. A felt pen. Ben's Tees. We'll give you a place to whack your ball. Ben, how are you? It's good to see you. Welcome in. Welcome, welcome, welcome. How is your Tuesday going so far? I am well, Ben. I am. We're starting out our new comic. Figuring some things out as we go. Making some mistakes, of course, as you would expect. But overall, doing very, very good. Okay, this eraser needs to be a little bit bigger. So I can get back in and start to rough some of this in. We are on the surface right now, right? Yes. Okay. So it means all of this stuff here needs to go away.
Daylight skies, they fade away. Digital schemes and shadows lay. Emily writes the beat of the night.
All right. Now I should be able to zoom in a bit, fam. And let's grab. Yeah, let's go ahead and just bring the size of that down a bit.
Every step a delicate game. Not really knowing who to blame.
Okay, let's make sure.
Fox it called our name. The future
All right, very good. Now I need to switch back over to.
our minds will race. We'll never
Our felt pen, bring the size of that down considerably.
corruption creeps. Create and flow so free. Together in this rift you see.
Yeah, it won't let you use the fill tool.
Has pulled us in, and then the beautiful chaos did begin. Pixels crackle.
Oh, there's a flat marker. All right. Oh,
Digital hearts out on our sleeve.
I thought that would have given us a good color right away, but I guess not. All right, let me get back up here where we've got the felt pen.
Our minds can't help but overflow. Lost in the loops of our digital home.
Okay, I've got some decent stabilization on this right now.
Digital
Let me see if I can
Our minds will race, will never sleep. Defending
flip this a bit.
corruption creeps, create and flow so free. Together in this rift you see.
You go ahead and back out of this a little bit.
One frozen day, I took a chance and asked if you would like to dance. You took those words and looked at me, then took my
All
hand
right, let's see if we can.
and said, "Let's see." I love you with everything I am. I love you for everything you are. I love you for everything we'll see.
That will actually help.
I love you for everything we'll ever be. Together.
I feel like there should be a better way for me to figure out how to do this. Let's see.
Then one day you took my hand and asked if I would wear a band. I knew right there
Actually, I might have an idea.
we'd never part. You
Let's get the display reset. Might have a better idea. Let me see if Polyline has a paint. It doesn't, but it does have a pen. So if I'm on the desk surface, I should be able to. Am I on Polyline right now? I am. Am I set to close it? I am. Okay. Okay. Bam, just a heads up. Ad coming up in about 5 minutes. There we go. And then what I should be able to do is just grab that felt pen. We'll make that a bit bigger. But also still able to relatively, anyway, stay within the lines. That's why I did it in sections. I still want to know why the, and this will be one of the first things I have to look up, fam, is does Phil work on raster layers? Or vector layers, I mean. And if that's the case, how do we make that work is the idea. Ben, your Tuesday is going well. Absolutely awesome. Absolutely awesome. All right, fam, here's what is going on. Let me get myself up to the big screen here real quick. And get my lights turned back on too, so I can jump on camera and say hello to everybody. There we go, fam. All right. I am here. Good to see everybody. Welcome, welcome. Fam, ads are about to start here in about 2 minutes, so we'll go ahead and run them. The way we do this here, for those of you that don't know, we run the ads. Ads only run for 3 minutes. We do them once an hour. That gets them out of the way. And it gives me a chance to take a break as well. While ads are running, I'm going to go grab some coffee, stretch my legs, and if you get stuck in any full screen ads, that way you don't miss any of the fun of the stream. When we get back, we're going to continue to work on this desktop, and I'm going to continue to learn how to work with more of these tools. Everybody, please don't go away.
And in the dark, the future's mine, guided only by the signs. Night drive, the world fades away. Carried by the rhythm, I'm here to stay. Your lines on the street feel alive. All I need is this endless night drive.
All right, fam, we are back, and thank you for your patience. I'm just going to get my earbuds in here real quick, and I will be with you momentarily. Let me go ahead and get myself back up on camera here too, fam. There we go. And camera's in the right spot too. All right, everybody, we're going to keep inking this desk. I'm already coming across a few things here I know the software is capable of doing for me, where I don't have to struggle this much and color things in, things like that. These are things I will actually be trying to look up tomorrow morning and see if I can dial in. These are all things, by the way, that video I was talking about earlier in the stream, the top 10 things I wish I knew about Clip Studio EX. That's what this video addresses. A lot of these little things that don't seem quite obvious or don't seem to work right away. And once you know how they work, they actually work better than you expected. So, fam, but for right now, I am going to go ahead and drop the lights out. Actually, fam, with the, there's so much light coming off the monitor at the moment, I'll leave myself up. But I'll just drop in over here. But a lot of the things, fam, it seemed like there weren't really easy ways to do it. When I started looking around to see how simple life could actually be in Clip Studio, but that's the whole thing, fam. And that's part of what this whole exercise is going to be learning how to hold the brush. And learning how to take my art from concept to completion, quite frankly. Cool. Got it. Okay. Oh, shoot. Just did all that, and there's one big thing I didn't think about. That shadow needs to be there. All right, I might have a solution for that, though.
In the midnight wood where sorrows hide,
Because what I can do
lost hearts wander under silent skies. Whispers carried on.
All right, very good. What I can do
You're not alone.
is actually duplicate this rather than make my life harder. me see if I could maybe use saturation and luminosity. See if maybe I can. Ah, there it goes. Okay. Leave that right where it's at. Bring up a little bit of that luminosity. Actually, that might work really nicely. Let's see. Now with this, I should be able to scale and rotate and just bring that in a touch. Or at least I can hope so. Okay, let me pull back a little bit and just see. If I can. Okay, that was the desk surface copy. Okay, now what I'm trying to do. Object select, okay. Oh, what? I'm not sure what this is doing. Okay, with that selected, scale rotate. Oh, right there. Scale rotate. It's going to try and keep its proportions, right? And desk surface copy is actually on, it is on top of the desk surface. So why is it acting like it's behind everything? But yeah, it's treating the desk surface copy like it's... Oh, I see what this did. Okay, no, do not apply that transformation. I might just have to group these two, I guess. Oh, come on. Let's see here. There we go. If I get them both in there like that, now that one will be the only one affected. Here we go. All right. Might have to just retransform this. Okay. Change order of layer. Desk surface copy. We're good there. Okay. So I just need, at this point, a free transform. Okay. All right, now I should be able to get a better visual on the desk surface, and maybe now I can finally scale it and rotate it properly. One more time. It was on the wrong tool. There we go. Free transform is what I needed. We can bring this up a little bit. Let me see if I have maybe something different I can try here. Christina, how are you? It's good to see you. Welcome in. I'm sorry I missed you a little bit earlier. The color of your name is the same as my bot on my screen, so that's why I was getting a little bit thrown. I'm doing good. I am doing very good. Actually, let me bring up Chill Little Tree here. Now that I'm completely in the dark again. A little bit easier for me to talk to you like him. I have to, Christina, I have to spend a lot of time in the dark right now just because I have to be able to see the screen properly. And because I've been working with a lot of dark colors, I'm working on a little bit of a better setup where I can be here with everybody a little bit more. Let's see here. I cannot. Okay. There is unfortunately not going to be any single way to make this work the way we want. No, do not apply that. Transformation. Let me get rid of that background room for now. I almost wonder if just get rid of that paper for the time being and see if maybe I can work it out this way a little bit. All right, we're going to need to go back to this. Not that that's a big problem. Oh, here we go. This is what was missing. Refer only to editing layer. That's why it wouldn't do what I needed it to do. Okay. Oh, but it still doesn't want to refer to other layers. Can I now? Okay, is this an area where I can now duplicate this and turn this into a reference layer? Now will that work? Let's find out. Refer other layers. Interesting. It doesn't want to. I wonder again, is that because it's a raster layer? That seems so odd to me that it would do that. I actually have an interview on the 13th. Getting ready for that? Nice. Congratulations. Very cool, Christina. Very, very cool. Let me get myself up to the big screen here, fam, so you can really see what's going on and what we're working on here. But Christina, that is incredible. Very happy for you. We're actually working on our very first comic panel. This is what's going to serve as a template for the comics going forward and how I'm going to be able to start creating more of the frames and everything we need for the games and the videos and the animations and all that. So we're going to start out with comics. It's going to be a fun way to share the whole universe and everything with everybody too. It's really interesting that fill does not work though. Yeah, a couple of these don't want to work. Obviously, it has something to do with the type of layer. Okay. If I mask that. Oh! Now it'll work. Okay. So what it wanted was a mask. Okay, I drop that in there. Let's see. 100% opacity. Tolerance. Refer only to editing layer. Let me do something here. All right, we're going to grab this. We'll remove that as a reference layer for now. Get onto that mask. And does not want to fill anything. Okay, let me make sure. Oh, and there's even a leftover pen. That's fantastic, but why will it not? I know what all this does, fam. Treat semi. Oh, maybe that's it. Let's target only. Wow, that's nice and defined. Fill up the vector path. I'm lost why this just won't fill in. It makes me wonder if there must be something else I'm missing. Here we go. Refer multiple. Refer to reference layer. Fill up to vector path. Opacity 100%. Still doesn't want to fill though. Now it will do that though. It'll do the gradients just fine. All right. Let's see what we've got. This is going to be one of those things, fam, that when I look this up to see what it takes to actually apply this in here, I'm going to be smacking my forehead so hard. Oh, man. In the meantime, though, I do find it interesting that... Oh, that's kind of a cool effect. I'll remember that. But, yeah, trying to get it to fill within the reference layer and all that. I'm going to try one other thing here, though. since we've come this far, okay, nothing else specific beyond that. All right, so that's the poly line that we need. I just don't understand. I should be able to throw a mask on that. Mask selection, which is what I want, because that will mask in that entire layer. And then when I'm on that, it should only allow certain things to go on. Okay. And instead of seeing with that one, oh, I see what that's doing. That's creating a whole new gradient in there. But it's not creating it on the mask. Okay, none of that seems to make any kind of difference. All right, so I'm going to hit something else here real quick. We're going to do this live, fam. I can't keep struggling like this. That would be ridiculous. Now is the time for me to start looking this up because okay, layer color I'll get to in a minute. Vector layers I already know about. That one I know. Okay, reference layer. Really wish I knew about reference layer earlier. Again, as a comic artist, I have to fill color for hundreds of line art, which is hard, especially considering the fact that I have to make sure I don't go out of the line art while coloring. No longer a hassle once I found the reference layer. When you set a layer as a reference layer, it becomes a guide that allows you to fill and color on other layers while only referring to a particular layer or layers. This feature could have helped me with coloring my base colors so much easier if I had known about it earlier. When you set your line art layer as a reference layer, you can fill color on your line art without worrying about it bleeding outside of your line art. You can even set entire folders as reference layers. I'm going to create a new layer below and start coloring my line art, but as you can see, I have to be very careful. And clicking on this reference layer icon, which is available on the layer palette. Okay. Okay, so if I want that to be the reference layer, let me, okay. So let me set this up right first. Basically, the tutorial has me doing what I've been doing so far, so I must have missed something along the way. Set as reference layer, okay. Making sure I'm on the liner layer, clicking reference layer icon available on layer palette, or go to menu layer. You will see an icon appear on that layer, which means it's been set as a reference layer. Now take any brush, go to its tool property, and click on the setting. Okay. All right. Subtool will appear. Let's just see here real quick. Anti-overflow. Okay, take any brush, which I am on. Is there an anti-overflow? There is not. Is that supposed to be in the subtool? Do not cross lines of reference layer. Oh, okay. So part of what's going on is I'm not actually seeing all of that. Okay, that makes more sense. That makes more sense. No wonder I couldn't figure it out. It wasn't giving me what I needed. So is there color brightness? Okay. Now it says there should be a subtool. Although I don't think she was, I'm guessing, wasn't using the correct terminology on that. Because a lot of the things that they're referring to aren't there. Let me, fam, just so I don't disturb your listening experience, I'm going to go ahead and actually mute the game sign out for a minute. I want to see what they're doing on this video to see maybe what I'm missing. But while using the fill tool, we can reference the line art. Just make sure you have enabled refer multiple and selected, okay, reference layer. It's not giving me any reference layer options. Okay. Even though it is set. So I have properly set it, but it doesn't want to refer to any actual reference layer. Yeah, it doesn't want to fill anything in. So we are still pretty much right where we were before. I wonder, fam, give me a second here too. One other little thing I need to check. And Zipper, how are you? It's good to see you. Welcome in. Hope you're having an awesome day so far. Working my way through some tutorials right now, having a bit of a struggle bus moment. The way the tutorial is saying certain things should work isn't quite working. So I'm going to go ahead, fam. Did I leave that muted out? I did, right? Yes. Let me look at this real quick. And see if they okay. So all right. So they've set all of that. So that I already know how to do. Okay, so we set that as the reference layer. That's fine. Go to its tool property. Oh, any brush, go to its tool property and click on setting. Ah, okay. Maybe that's what I'm missing then. Okay, no, that's the tool properties down there. Close gap, tolerance, area scaling. Refer multiple and refer to reference layer. Okay. So that should all be good. Yeah, that should be fine. So that being the case, it does not want to fill that in. Okay. So the moral of the story here, fam, is that I'm doing it correctly. There's just something, the steps are right. There's something I'm missing. I'm doing pretty good. Wouldn't call the day awesome, but it's decent. Just finished 2.5-hour DoorDash shift and made $22. There you go. Pretty sure I just live on the struggle bus. Welcome back, Zipper, by the way. Oh my gosh. Let me see if I can, now they've got these kind of framed in already. I don't know what it would take though. Like in some of these brushes and all that. Let's see. Blending mode normal. Texture. Yeah, they don't even have an option. To stay within the reference layer. And that's what's been throwing me, fam. I mean, is it part of multiply or whatever? Replace alpha, compare density. I'm looking for something that refers to the reference, but yeah, that's just blending mode, bottom line. I don't know. So there must be something else that we're missing, because the reference layer is selected and there, so that's fine. Wonder what that is. They only bite when hungry? Good. You're not hungry right now, are you? I'm hoping. Under which enable do not cross lines of reference layer. Select anti-overflow. Do not cross lines of reference. And exit out of the subtool. Create a new layer below the line art and start. Oh! We may have just found our problem, fam. Create a new layer below that layer and start coloring. Let's see what happens. Am I actually seeing? Yeah, I'm still seeing the lines above though. Okay, so for this then, it's saying there's almost like a subtool for this to be able to color in accordingly. That's all the snap. What I need to find out. Barbie, how are you? It's good to see you. Welcome in. We're working on our first comic panel, learning new tools, and it has been a struggle bus today, but I am not daunted. Not in the slightest. The one thing that's missing, it says it should be in the subtool. And it says create just a layer underneath that is still a reference layer. Okay, why won't it now? Why won't it just let me Oh, why is it forcing me to suddenly push so hard? Is it because of the I have some opacity or something set? Normal, brush size, thickness, angle, stabilization. That should all be good, okay. I shouldn't have to press that hard though. That isn't what I was going for. Oh, that's the flat marker anyway. Now, I'm going to say it again, though, Fab. It looks like yeah, I don't know where this option is that they're referring to. Like, I understand you've got to set up the reference layer first before it gives you the options, which makes perfect sense. You set that up. Create the layer underneath. Make sure the tool is set to, is set to staying within those borders, and it should be fine. But what I'm missing is where the option is. Set as reference layer. Oh, they're putting it. Okay, it's how this is written. They're not using the right terminology at all. All right, now I'm starting to understand. That might not have been the best tutorial, I guess. Selection from layer settings. So, okay, they were trying to show more reference layer stuff. Okay. But not the actual options. Well, here we go. I have stew and an orange, so you're safe as long as you don't look like grilled Wagyu. I'll try not to. I will try not to. Barbie, you can do stick figures? Rock on. Rock on. Okay. I am trying to work my way through this so I can learn to color and use this properly, and it has been nothing but a struggle. I'm probably going to have to take a little bit of time and do some more tutorials offline here, because I thought today I could at least draw some basics and then play around with the tools that way, but that is not going to work. Oh no. All right, now let me try this. Let me see if this shows. Oh, there's a subtool option down there. Okay. Here's where those options are. Color jitter, anti-aliasing, brush shape. Anti-overflow. Do not cross the lines of the reference layer. Fill up to vector path. All right. Let's leave that as it is. So that's where, nope, I learned something new, fam. Let's see if this will work now, though. I guess not. Let me try to drop back out of this again. I am gonna try something else here, fam. Ah, okay. So for this one, you don't have the same. Okay. I'll get rid of that layer mask then for right now. I am lost why that had that as well, but we'll see. Because that is supposed to be our reference layer. I am going to paint with something a little bit heavier. Make sure we're on this. And no, it's painting right up to the line, so that's not going to be it either. Okay. So, in other words, still not working as intended. We'll have to see what else we can figure out here, fam. What happens is, Zipper, you are able to actually take one layer and use that as the boundaries for the layer underneath it. As long as you tie the layers together, it should not paint outside of the area that you have selected. That is, again, the way it is. It's supposed to work, and that way you can easily color inside lines and all of that. What this is doing, though, is stopping me from actually making that happen. So when I start coloring this like this, it shouldn't go outside that line, but it does. Is what's happening. So that's what I've got to figure out. And it's a very important tool too. Otherwise, I'm going to be losing tons of time just trying to color it within the lines. And why do that when there's a better solution? And don't get me wrong, I can just, draw on the layer underneath and go that way. But there are, again, when there are better ways to do it, you don't want to just sit there and go, well, I'll do it the harder way all the time. Because that doesn't work either. The other thing that's been throwing me too is the fact that, let me try something here. Oh, it didn't hold those settings. Do not cross the line of reference layer. Copy to all subtools within one tool. It's acting like it's not. What's interesting is it's not giving me the option to actually select these though. So what I'm wondering is, does it not? Want to recognize the reference layer? Because the layer underneath yeah, I can just bop right down underneath that. All right. So if I go down to here, let me get rid of these masks first off. I keep forgetting to keep those out of there when I'm going back. Where's my delete mask option? There we go. All right. Now this layer one more time. Let's see. We're going to go with the felt pen and we'll take it from there. Zipper, yeah. That's what I was talking about. I've already done that. Mark it as a reference layer. That's already been done. That's what that is. What's happening is it's not connecting to the other layer properly and not playing by its own rules, so to speak. But there's obviously something that I'm missing and I'll need to figure out what it is. The one downside with software like this is the more features you have, the more complicated it is to make something happen. And that's where things get a little bit more difficult, so to speak. So, all right. And fam, by the way, just real quick, ads have started. They kind of snuck up on us and I need to take a real quick break. So what I'm going to do, fam, I'm going to go ahead and take an opportunity and do that right now. Get up on the screen here. When we get back, I'm going to struggle with this a little bit longer and see if I can't get this all to work properly. Everybody, please don't go away. There we go, fam. Ads are over. Welcome back. Let me go ahead and jump right back up on screen here. There we go. Fam, if there's anything I can teach you from today's shenanigans, all right, it is don't give up. This is the kind of day, honestly, I was expecting. Things started really well. That I wasn't expecting, to be honest. Understanding the vector layers and the sketching and all that, that's a big plus and a big help. However, getting things to stay within the lines, getting some of these basic tools figured out, things like that, and the fact that, and fam, I have to say this, every single piece of graphic software I have ever used works this way. Why will certain tools work under what seems like the same conditions and then not work under others? What layer is missing? What little switch wasn't flipped? That kind of thing. And again, like I'm trying to follow the steps in this tutorial, and admittedly, I'm doing this a bit on the fly, and that's part of the problem, quite honestly. I'm probably gonna have to pull back a little bit, hit up some of these tutorials offline, because I'm looking at how some of these tutorials are written, and they're kind of unsolicited doc pics, but beyond that, they're kind of messy. Like I'm trying to follow along on the tutorial. I don't know if you could see what was written, but they're not even actually referring to things properly. They're kind of bouncing all over the place, and it gets a little bit tricky. So this is something where I'm going to need to figure some of this out. Even with all of the switches flipped and otherwise, it's still not exactly doing what it's supposed to. So we'll do what we can today. I'll have to take a little time between today and tomorrow morning to figure some things out. I'm just gonna have to, fam. Sit down with some tutorials and figure out why this isn't working properly. And honestly, figure out where all my PEBKEC errors are. And that's pretty much what these are. Problem exists between keyboard and chair. In other words, me. And we'll figure it out. Carrie Ann Love, welcome in. It is good to see you. And little sis, I saw your comment earlier that I taught you something. What did I teach you? Let me get back out to the art screen, fam. I'm going to actually drop the lights back down because especially with what I'm working on right now. And fam, I won't kid you, I'm a little bit frustrated at the moment. It's tough when things won't work properly. And you're just trying to get it to do something simple. Like color in, this is simple. But fam, this is why we need to do this. If I can't figure this part of it out, I'm not going to be able to do the advanced stuff. So this is very much crawl before you walk kind of things. Oh, the reference layer. Yeah, how people could just color super quick. Like they'd have all their line art up and then they tap the screen a few times and everything would be nice and colored in. It's like, whoa. That's how good this software gets once you've been working with it for a while. That's one of the other things I haven't even touched yet is there's all kinds of auto processes, things like that you can set up where you press it once and it'll come right into the scene for you at like any grading or otherwise you usually do. Just do it all for you. KA, nice love. Very cool. And that's, yeah. And sis, that's one of the big reasons I want to figure this out. On this, what is going to be I don't want to call it basic, but what is on a truly a starter panel, now is the time to figure out where all the problems are. What obstacles am I going to run into? What do I have to learn? I'm okay with this. I really am. More than it might seem at the moment. It's like I just want to get the rectangle to color in. That's all I wanted to do. Shouldn't be that difficult, right? Oh, and you got us. Oh, love. Nice. Very nice. And I can always do it this way for right now too, fam. Actually, let me get my background back up. I'm getting a little tired of staring at this really bright screen. There's a really nice colorization option in here too, fam. So that once you've created a layer, if you want to just change the color of it, anything you want. So all of that backtracking you saw me do when I was working with it before, loves, that's going to all go away. Where I couldn't get the color quite right or otherwise. A lot of the trick of this is just going to be making sure we do the right layer work and all that. So in the meantime, this gives me some extra okay, that allows me to move it around. This allows me to rotate it. Okay, there we go. I can already see there are going to be, oh man, does that make life easier? I can already see there are going to be certain things that I'm going to have on hotbars and otherwise. This quick menu you see to on the right side of the screen, fam, if you're watching on horizontal format right now. You can actually manually create a set of those so you have any tools you're going to need access to. Even if we can't color this the way I want to, at least we can get it colored in. You get some of that framed in here for a minute. Let's see. Oh, no. I need you to. Oh, I didn't know, love. I didn't know. How soon do you need me to pop those biscuits? Do I need to make a special trip downstairs real quick? Interesting. It was acting like it wasn't going out of the... Let me try something, fam. Oh, no, it was. Okay. That was just my imagination. I'm like, oh, is it suddenly working? It's not. Not yet. And fam, again, what we're working on here is just the desk surface at the moment. I'll take care of the other stuff here in a minute. We're going to sketch one layer at a time. And then actually draw it in. Get extra familiarized with the tools and all that. And this will make our lives a lot easier going forward. And again, fam, why start with comics? Gives me all the skills I'm going to need to animate. The comic strips, again, are just basically piling up, stockpiling animation frames and all that for what we're going to do in the game and the YouTube. I'm intentionally using a lighter gray than I intend to, by the way, fam, just because it'll help me see this all a whole lot better. Because I can always change the color of it later. All right, I'll tell you both what then. Okay, we'll get all three of us together in a room. You bring all of the biscuits that you need popped, and Big Brother will take care of all of it. Deal? Let's reset our display here. Okay, I missed a little bit up there. I'm going to move the reference photo actually up to the top now. Just so I can show you, fam. That's what we're actually working towards. This will all be handled through layers and all of that, but that's what's actually coming up. Lots of tracing and reference there too. Let me now okay, desk surface copy. Oh, that's right. Because if I take that out, I see what I can do. I'll just move that up there. This can now go completely away. We'll eliminate an unnecessary layer. And now the desk edge and depth had the tracing points, right? Yes, it did. Okay. So while I still have this tool handy and available, okay, and we should still be on the right size and all that, so you move in here a touch. Now, what I relatively need to do, get rid of that background. How did it end up back on? Oh, I hate when it does that. Okay. Oops. Let me get rid of that. There we go. Was on the wrong layer for that. Let me try this again. Not exactly where we're going to need to be. Unfortunately. we're going to need to make that a bit wider. Or maybe not. Okay, let me do something different here. We're at 9.6. Okay. Let me make sure brush shape is still the same. Should be on pen. All right. About halfway up through that. Second half. Okay. Just watching my grid fam to make sure I'm staying at where I need to. And it's not on black, is it? Come on. There we go. Okay. Let's get on the right color. That would help. Time to go get some food. What did you get? Thank you, Barbie. I appreciate it. If you want to bring it up for me, love, I will happily pop the biscuits, though. No worries. Okay. Now I should be able to back out of that a little bit. Let me get actually back to the desk surface layer first. And see if I can fill some more of that in before I get too carried away. There's the felt pen. There were a couple little spots there that I just managed to miss. We'll get that filled in and taken care of, and then let me see. All right. And then on this, new layer. Okay, this is going to go under desk edge and depth. Now this is actually going to run a touch darker. And let me make sure we're on the right tool and otherwise here. Actually, let me do this. This needs the, now we need the background again. Let me move in just a little bit. Okay. This does not seem like it is. Oh, yes, it is. Okay. Just because of the color I've been using, that's the big problem.
Oh, look. A new intern joined the department. This should be fun.
Aku, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the family. It's good to have you here with us. Welcome, welcome in. I apologize for sitting here in the dark at the moment. I'm working on some very dark art. So having the light in my face makes it difficult for me to see between the grays. Welcome in. It is good to see you. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Oh. Oh, that's right. That's the bottom of the page. Never mind. Got a little unnecessarily excited there. Over that one. Oh, I see. So this gives you the options if you want to see them. Okay. And then you have to go in. Wow, this is a touch complicated. Let's see if that will now give me some of the adjustments that I need. Okay, it gives you the options, but it doesn't let you select them. Okay. So the only other thing I can be thinking then does it not want to treat this like a line art layer? That's interesting. Do I have to specify it as? Okay, no. Nothing has to be specified there, so. I do find it interesting. It's got all of that set up, but now it won't let me select that. Thicker part of the line will never be left behind when interesting that it doesn't want to let me select that though. It's like we have the reference layer selected. Huh. Okay, there must be something. Oh. And now I'm on the wrong layer. Yeah, interesting that it won't let me select those other options, even though we have a reference layer now. If I end up making that a reference layer, okay, so that's why it's not working. At least I know why now. That is a step forward. For sure. Let me see if I can roll out a bit. There we go. Is there... Okay, I get over here, and it acts like there's something in the way. Okay. Oh, I was accidentally coloring some of that in on the surface. Aha, okay. And that's why. I just wanted to see if I could switch that over. Unsuccessfully, unfortunately. If anything, I wanted that to be the reference layer. And we should be coloring in on layer 2. There we go. All right. And again, fam, this green down here is a temporary color. This is just so I can more easily see. But I'm also doing this on separate layers because when I figure out those other tools, when I figure out those other tools, I'll be able to just delete these layers out. And I'll do replacement fill-ins and all that. This will also help me figure out some of the other tools, fam, here as well. Let me reset that display so I can see where I'm at. That's actually not a bad start. It's really not. I'll have a little bit more work to do, but we'll get there. Again, fam, once I start to figure out some of these tools, we're going to be in a much, much, much better spot. But that's what's got to happen first. Let me get my light back on here too. Yeah, we'll have to see if we can figure out something with that light. And if there's a better way to do this. Actually, you know what, fam? Since we're having a little bit of a struggle bus moment anyway, how about we try to figure this out right now? I do have the tools and the technology here. So bear with me 1 second And I'm going to see if I can open up my app here and maybe dial this back. Ah, that was not the intention. Fam, that right there is as low as this will go. That's at like 3% and it doesn't go any lower. So, although I will say this makes it easier to see. It's just a little bit moodier than I would originally intend. But this isn't bad. This isn't bad. I'm going to keep working on this a little bit. I'm wondering if that's easier. Let me try one more thing here, everybody. About 4750 is where I usually kept it. Okay, that's a little bit better. And now every time I turn the lights on or off, let me make sure. I was going to say they should come back at the same spot. And that's not a permanent fix, but it is better. It is better. Okay, fam. So with the desk basically framed in, one of the next things we're going to have to start working on well, we'll probably do the chair next. That's probably what we'll end up doing. I will basically draw out a very basic chair. Use that as a sketch. As a matter of fact. And this one we'll start to just sketch out a little bit. Okay, is there a reason why it does not want to draw on that layer? Oh, because right now it's... I see what's going on. I got to bring that behind there. Okay. Okay, and then I should need. Okay, for this one, we're going to just do a very basic. Let's see here. Just realized a little something I got to take. Oh. Oh, was it drawing that on top of the reference photo this whole time? Yep. Okay. We'll try that again. I didn't want to go all the way up there. Come on. There we go. There we go. You get this at a better angle where it's a little bit easier for me to finish that sketch. There we go. Okay, let me grab. Actually, let me just reset this real quick. Okay, we're where we need to be. Oh, nope. Okay, I think I've actually got a good bead on where that needs to go. So let me hit that up real quick. There we go. That was the line I needed. Let me see if I can get that on the other side here too. As a matter of fact, let me... How did it end up back on the reference photo again? Why do I keep drawing that and it keeps putting it on the... And how much of it is on the reference photo? All of it. And I've been up here on the wrong screen this whole time too, fam. My apologies. My apologies. So, fam, by the way, we've got ads coming up, we've got ads coming up in about 6 minutes. I think it is time, obviously, to step off the struggle bus for today. This is what happens when you start getting a little bit frustrated too, fam. But I kept switching over to that other layer so that I could, get some of the tracing and drawing done, and it keeps jumping back over to the reference photo is what's happening. And I think it's because I have to keep backing out, and it keeps backing over to that layer. I don't know why. This is the third time now I've sat here and very calmly and collectively drawn that out, and it's on the wrong layer again. And it's not like I could just leave it like that. That doesn't work. So I'll figure some of this out. I will figure some of this out. A lot of it is, again, like figuring out how to get the different layers set up, getting it set up where we can color in, that kind of thing. And then we can take it right from there. Fam, for right now, though, let's find somebody we can go share this love with. And Freaker, again, it is good to see you. Welcome in. Welcome, welcome. We're actually about to go choose a raid target here. We'll take a look at who we're following and see if maybe there's somebody we can go say hi to. Fam, let's go over, because we haven't had a chance to say hi to them in a little bit. Let's go over and say hello. Are they up and running? Wait a minute. Sorry, fam, give me a second. Just want to make sure. Yep, they are. Oh, and they're doing some artwork and all that today too. Oh, that looks fun. Fam, we're going to go over, we've raided into them a couple of times now. Through the game dev side, Two Nerdy Nerds. Title of today is Two Nerds Make Zombie Roguelike. And they've actually got some art up on the screen that looks really cool. So let's go over and say hello. Fam, when we get over there, if you would for me, please, I just went ahead and dropped the raid calls in chat. If you are subscribed, okay, please use the one that I dropped in chat. If you're not subscribed, please use the one that Lumia Stream dropped in. It's the same message, just a matter of whether or not you have access to our emotes. All right, fam. And I have begun the raid. One more time, thank you all so much for being here. So much love to all of you. We're going to be back tomorrow by 1 p.m. Eastern, if not sooner. But until that time comes, please stay safe, stay healthy. And know that a big, bald, goofy comedic artist loves you dearly from the bottom of his heart. Take care, everybody, and please have an absolutely amazing night. I love all of you.